Good morning, grasshoppers. It is another day of training, another day of hoping to find that secret and flip that switch to become a better player. We have Mr. Shrideep in the audience. Good morning, Shrideep. How are you? Let's see. 3xk. We're going to challenge him in the Alakine here. Oops. I was supposed to play a4 there. Well, it's become a gambit. We're on our own, folks. Time for some novelties, I guess. So when I was first originally introduced to the Alakine, it was in the 1980s Lev Albert era. Lev Albert won the U.S. Championship quite often with many really, really good Alakine defenses. This could actually turn out well, now that I think about it. We're going to have to see how we continue attacking our opponent's king. I doubt that he's going to castle on the queen side. But it is the moment of truth as we probe some weaknesses. And in one sense or another, it's actually turning out a little bit better than I could have hoped. I already missed one tactical shot by not getting a4 in. So am I going to get even more in? So he captured a piece, I captured a piece. I'm really lucky in this particular instance. Just this one instance, I'm very lucky that I am not losing a piece here, as I could have been. My bishop is not on the best possible square, but I have a lot of choices. And this is all because I missed a tactical shot earlier. My bishop is now dominating his knight. We have 6 very ugly pawns versus 6 healthy pawns with 2 minutes to 30 seconds. And I'm going to have to batten down the hatches on this side of the board. I'm not sure where that pawn is planning on heading, but he's going to have to do something about it. Meanwhile, our choices are much, much greater in this particular opening. Oh, that's interesting. I did not expect him to do that, as we are going to force the exchange of rooks. With the threat of a pawn. What in the world is he doing? That looks like a freebie. I mean, I could be wrong. But, I mean, it still looks like a freebie. Where's he headed? Let's just step up for a moment. Oh, he solved one issue. And now, I'm still not sure where he's headed in this particular instance. I have to return to where we were. Life is going to be a little difficult for him. Just a little difficult for him on the back rank. Now, that wasn't the fault of the opening. That was a fault of the handling of the middle game. The opening was good. In fact, I think black was better in that opening. I'm a big fan of the Alekhine defense. Delayanelos, how are you? Is it official? Uzbekistan with the Olympiad gold today. Thank you, Yeatonheimers. Now we have an official. Wait, Shrideep 18. I have to separate my Shrideeps. Except 20. Let's see if we can do our workout this morning. Thank you for that opportunity. I promised myself that I would be getting in E4 a little bit more. Do I? Yeah, I guess I have to. What? I'm handing back the pawn right away. Oh, I thought I was handing back the pawn right away. I really did. Did I lose a pawn out of the deal? It does look like I lost a pawn out of the deal, doesn't it? That's unfortunate. That wasn't the pawn I was planning on handing out. Now that we have battened down the hatches to a certain extent here, you still got the pressure on my pawn on g3. I'm not appreciating that pressure on the pawn on g3 at all. I'm by far the favorite in this. I'm far from being the favorite in this match, though. Now we have a minority attack on this side of the board. How are we going to perform it? Let's find out. Yes. First things first, we have to fix the backward pawn on f6 as a weakness. And can we do a breakthrough here? I'm not sure if we get a complete and utter breakthrough, unfortunately. Now we've got it. We need his pawns on the color of his bishop. Yes, yes. Wow. Is this true? We definitely have the compensation for the pawn, but it's not much. Can I allow him in? I don't think so. Unfortunately, I don't think so. Probably might have wanted to clarify the open file first, but I will do that now. And keep his rook at bay. I want the open file. I can't have this here. Now we have the active rook. Can I go this way? We're about to find out. He's pinned. So how do I want to go about this? Time pressure reared its ugly head. It did stop him from being down an entire piece, though. That much I have to admit. It did not stop him. It's getting very, very risky. Let's drive him back before he gets a chance to. Now we just need to increase the pressure on the pawn. We will drive him back. Yes, that was a very touch and go experience, having to lose a pawn in the opening against a Stafford Gambit. I'm probably the first person in history to have a terrible position as white before the Stafford Gambit even begins. I'm afraid that that was my first time facing the Stafford Gambit. I didn't handle it very well. Could well have been my opponent's first time essaying the Stafford Gambit. I realized I didn't bring my coffee up. That's quite crazy. I feel like I should take almost a round off to get my coffee. I want to check out our intermission screen and make sure that it's working. Uzbekistan and Armenia have 17 points each, and India 2, and India and the US have 16. That's before this round, right? 3D? I guess I'm going after this round. Wow. Against this unusual setup, I think I'm going to have to go with this first. Okay. I think it succeeded. This is a really bizarre Alekhines defense, right? What you think? My knight is about to be trapped on the side of the board. One would think that my knight is about to be trapped on the side of the board. But we are going to create some play. The only way we know how. The knight can't go to c3. After all, the pawn would hang. However, We're just going to keep tagging pieces. Is he interested in getting castled? Or is he interested in getting developed? That is the question. I need to get some material compensation for this. Where are you headed, sir? He does have a lot on my F7 square. There is no doubt about that. We do need to connect our rooks, just in case. Oh no! I hung that pizza? That's really sad. But I have more in store for this one. Much more in store. Queen takes rook, looks forced. This is an automatic decision. Automatic decision. Although he might be losing material here. Let's see what he decides to do now. Somewhat forced still. Somewhat forced. We're looking at piece coordination station. What? I don't think you're supposed to go in that direction, actually. I step my way toward him. The moment I get a respite, I have to get my pawns moving. I need my I need my pawn in front of the queen. That much is true. This could cause a little bit of technical difficulty for him. Just a small technical difficulty. All right, coffee. Oh no, but I have my match with Delayanelos coming up. Coffee, Delayanelos. Coffee, Delayanelos. Coffee, Delayanelos. I have another chance at coffee in 2 more rounds. I'm going for coffee. I'll be right back. Let's switch in. I wanted to see what our intermission screen looked like. Make sure we put up our standard stuff. Coffee indeed. Thank you, Dylan. Yeah, I'm like, I can't believe I've gone this long without the coffee already. Coffee, in format 152. Oh, let's put this down real quick. I'll be back. Miracle. Thank you for the second on that vote, Delayanelos. I was like worried how you would interpret it. I'm like, I could stick around, or I could go get my coffee and be miserable. I don't want to blame not having coffee on my performance, right? And probably now that I have coffee, watch me lose a game. I shouldn't be whistling on stream. I was reminded yesterday. No whistling on stream. Delayanamos is matching up with Taiwan student Yamato. Taiwan student Yamato seems like he's doing very okay. A very closed position. Trying to figure out what opening this came from. It looks like white is missing the E pawn. The D3 pawn's in a funky location. A3 pawn is backwards, so the rook has to stay on the back rank, or it has to stay. Now here I would just play queen e7. I wouldn't give away the bishop pair. I would have to play queen e7 there. Can't let this happen, unless he was planning on undermining that pawn on e4 some way. Yeah, queen e7 probably would have been best, now that I look at it. The more I look at it, queen e7 would have opened up the avenue toward a possible discovery on the... But he's planning on ganging up on the pawn on a3, which is not that easy to defend. So we're offering a trade of rooks for what it's worth. But the e5 pawn is hanging. There's no way to get a knight to d5. However, I guess the e5 pawn is not hanging. It's an exchange for the d3 pawn. He's taking care of that. However, an exchange of rooks leads to a loss of piece, so he has to recapture. And this will tax his playing ability on the back rank. We'll take a quick peek at that one before we go any further. Oh, so it was knight f3, c4. Kasparov's English versus Deep Blue. Kasparov played this in order to avoid any theory. He played e3, knight f3, and c4 in some form of move order in order to avoid opening preparation by the computer. So now we have a reverse Benoni with white having a lovely a3 pawn in. In this particular position, the pawn on e5 is not being attacked, so bishop e7 can be played. This pawn will need to be defended eventually, but at the moment it's not falling at all. Queen c7, b4, right, so that I usually only play queen e2, queen e7 ideas after a3 and a4 are in, and that way this pawn is being attacked. Bishop d6 is the ideal way to defend it. That way it gives you the option of playing queen e7 and trying to push through e4. Queen to c7 is very committal, especially since the onslaught of pawns could be troublesome. Now this is a defensive move. I don't like it at all. However, the bishop on d6 is lagging, so I would probably play rook to b8 with the intention of just trying to break up the pawn storm with this, and then immediately start the counteroffensive once we fix this pawn with a5. Is a5 possible right away? That is the question. Now we'll check our analysis. Bishop e7, or castle's queenside. It didn't occur to me to castle queenside. All right, enough on that. Let's get back to the Swiss. Ah, Yamato. Did I deserve this? Well, we spotted him a minute. He's not going to return the favor. I've often done this for viewers, believe it or not. Let's see if he's learned his lesson against the Grunfeld. We've discussed CD5. And we've discussed this particular system, which is the best system for white. Oh, he switched back. So after CD5, knight A4 threatens. Knight a4 threatens to play e4 without anything. The Nadanian variation is worth checking out. Let's see how he acquits himself in the center. Is the placement of the white squared bishop that I'm looking forward to seeing. And it looks like he did not put it on e2. Therefore, there's a little bit of overworkedness happening now. When you don't put it on e2, you're somewhat committed to capturing back with the g-pawn. In other words, the g-pawn is the only thing really defending the knight, since the queen is tied down to defending the center. Or is this true? Maybe this isn't true anymore. Just maybe this isn't true anymore. Maybe I've miscounted. Well, let's get our count back up. Threatening to play e5 thanks to the pin. Then I'm going to anchor my knight on d4 to create an imbalance. We already have the imbalance that I like. For one of these reasons, when I was younger, Bobby Fischer played the semi-Tarrasch defense, and the semi-Tarrasch defense would get the 2-to-1 pawn majority on this side as well if they went for the 5e4 variation there. So I've got a pawn majority on the outside, which I've always enjoyed. It is definitely a preference of mine. Did I miss my chance at b5 earlier because of queen a5? Possible. But now, once again, recapturing with the pawn is needed. What? He's going to exchange all of these pawns? Okay. It has gotten interesting. Interestingly enough, he had queen to d5 there, which puts pressure on f7 as well as the bishop and the rook. Now I'm a clean pawn up, but he has bishop pair. I will have to park this bishop on f6 just to keep him feeling comfortable. My rooks have now been invited into the 7th rank, but I do have to watch out for my back rank weakness. Uh-oh. That was way too overambitious, if you ask me. Although he does have his bishop on the right diagonal. This square is covered twice. There's no threat to my back rank just yet. No threat to my back rank just yet. And now, do I play knight e2 check first? That is the question. Ha ha hum. Knight e2 check first. Probably needs to be played. And then we will challenge his well-being. Although I should take care of my back rank. Uh-oh. I'm afraid that this is a standard mating pattern. He had to keep his bishop on that diagonal, as it is understood now. He was doing quite okay in that game. He's 3-3. Delianalos is taking the tournament against wait. Delianalos is not playing? Oh no, Delianalos lost to Conte de Luna. Beast mode, Conte de Luna. Good for you, man. Call me Ishmael is here. Thank you for appearing, Ishmael. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct, but Kingslayer Sloan in the house. So 64, the Chess Podcast, introduced a very controversial interview with me. From me, anyway. I'm not going to be recommending the 64, the Chess Podcast, for only one particular reason. And it was the interview with Jennifer Shahade. As much as I love Jennifer Shahade, the Alekine's canon was assaulted because people tend to call it Alekine's gun. This is a matter of translation. The rooks are cannons. This is an educational nightmare for people that think that the rooks are guns. When you triple on a file, it is a cannon. And it is a cannon in shogi, and it is a cannon in chess. You will have less educated people saying gun. Gun is not an item in chess. All right? And I'm going to state that one for the fact twice over for anyone who wants to clip it. A gun is not an item in chess. It is a cannon. Alekine's cannon, because the rooks were originally cannons. I didn't realize that I was missing an opportunity to play Delianalos. How did I miss my opportunity to play Delianalos? I missed this guy. I'm happy he's here on his lunch hour. Namaste. This is about 1 p.m. in Greece. Thank you, sir. It's always good to have you. Every day, you just have to schedule it for yourself, even if you only get 3 games in. There have been days when I've only gotten 3 games in, either due to technical difficulties with the stream. Thank you, sir. It is great to have you, man. I can't wait to visit Greece one day, and we'll do lunch in person. Is it in Athens that I would be visiting? I don't need any more details than that, just in case you are a youthful worker. But I hope. That is more likely. I will definitely come to play at a tournament. I would like to actually play a tournament game in every country. No, Srideep 18, I am not first. Conte de Luna is first. I am a piece of furniture. Is there a place for me, Master Chess Dojo? You can just call me John. I prefer to be called John. I don't mind being called Coach every now and then. Well, it's not so important that I play with GMs. It's much more important that I play. I'm not that type of guy that I have to have a GM tournament. It is nice, though, to come and watch the GMs play. Absolutely. And drink some ouzo, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Yeah, I prefer John, and most of the streams, the streamers call me John, at least the streams that remember me. AK Nemsko does not remember, but she has called me John. Ouzo, indeed. Oh, yeah. Steinway Billiards in Astoria. Steinway Billiards has chess, pool, and really good food. Manny, who runs it, and his father, Steinway Billiards. You Google Steinway Billiards, New York City. I remember one time when Wesley So stopped into Steinway Billiards. And everybody had to show me their picture at the next pool tournament saying, I heard this guy was a really strong chess player. And here we are, right? Like, they're going to show me a picture of some random dude that I have no idea who it is, right? And then they show me this picture, and I'm like, my God, that's Wesley So. Oh no, not the timeout. Thank you, Kingslayer Sloan. You're so fast on that one. Let me just copy that link if I can. And I'm going to reshare it. I guess it's worth the timeout to get the link in one way or the other. But sorry about that. The good news is that most of your comments, I've noticed this on the stream, let's just say when the video on demand comes out, all your comments are fine. It's just that here they're kind of jettisoned, unfortunately. But your comments are all good up until that very moment, and then poof, you can't go back. But you can go back on the video on demand, and your comments aren't really erased. But it is very insulting for them to do that. Not only are you punished for one random remark, because I've done this too by accident. I've accidentally said dot something. It's not even a link. I actually put the period in without putting a space after the word. I try not to type with any periods. Always drink water. Thank you, sir. Uh-oh. Good news is I have my backup. And I have the workout for Accept Challenge that I'm going to attempt to do. I have to move the grandson's whiteboard. I put the grandson's whiteboard in here for peacekeeping purposes. It keeps him from going after anything else. I've got a little bit better a stream arrangement. I am going to be doing a simul shortly, Ismail. Excellent. Yeah, Crete, actually, ironically, I've been to Heraclio. Which I'm not sure if it's the capital of Crete. But staying in Heraclio, walking along the water to the main playing hall, that was the chess center then. Yeah, that's true. There are a lot. I apologize though, because it really bothers the daylights out of me. At least you posted a legitimate link to get clobbered. I have accidentally gotten clobbered, and all of my comments got wiped out, like I posted something inappropriate. When am I coming to Australia? Well, it's true that I have to come to Australia first, because I have been to Crete before. The chess centers are Chania and Heraclion. Yeah, Heraclion, the playing hall and the buffet that I had there was so lovely. Delayanos, have a nice day at work. It's great to see you again. Thank you for making the time. You are strong, sir. You make us all stronger, and hopefully we will reciprocate. Cheers. He has been coming for some time, since my early stages of streaming. He was always there. He may have even played. Oh yeah, Gorev. I wish I had had a better meeting with Gorev in Chicago, but he was kind of mean to me, because he was interested in a girl that I was talking to, but I wasn't interested in the girl. I was talking to her. Lovely person who later became a very good friend and actually moved to New York. Dolayanos, namaste. Talk to you soon, sir. Oh, turn off intermission. There we go. I'm going to have to delete the other live scene that I just showed. I accidentally had some issues. Well, let me just delete this one. Actually, maybe I don't need to delete it. Maybe I can actually use that one. I will use that one at some point. I just have to do all the tests on that one. I've only really played in Norway, Italy, France, England, Puerto Rico, if you count that as a country. Puerto Rico is a territory of the United States. You got your water blaster to work. Very nicely done, sir. Yeah, I met this young lady, strong chess player, Katie, in the Chicago Open. God, I'm trying to remember what year it was. 2004, maybe. When I met Gorayev, I have to look back in my tournament history file to actually determine whether or not. Maybe we'll do that at the same time as checking out the Olympiad results before we go to. And of course, I'm gonna drop my. We're gonna check out the Olympiad results very quickly. We did do a great test, though, Rogan. Basically, Rogan, we actually renamed the stream this weekend, and it did not stop the YouTube broadcast, which was fascinating because the YouTube broadcast for the 24-hour stream had the wrong caption from Saturday the whole time, and it did not get updated. I don't know if it was a YouTube thing or not, but. So we'll pop up here with screen one. I am cheering for, wait for it, Mongolia. By the way, if anyone has not yet subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do. We're up to 132 or 133. A very good friend of mine had offered me to come to the Olympiad and hang out with them, and it was the Mongolian team that was very friendly. It's also the co-streamer that I'm looking for, to be honest, Anu Bayar. She is one of the coaches, and we're going to check her student. Her student, I don't think our students played. I have a student on, a former student on board 4 for Norway. So I would love the Norwegian women, and she has a student on board 2/board 1, board 3, depending on the day, for Mongolia. Her student is stronger. Her student drew Irina Krutch, if you want to look it up. Mongolian women beat the U.S. women 3-1. Let's check out Morocco. You know what, Ismail, until you just mentioned it, I don't know if we've really looked at Morocco, except in passing. I'm typing sideways, so I have to look. There's a nice win for Morocco over Algeria today in the men's. 6.5 out of 10 for the International Master on first board today. He's almost 2,400. I'm sure he's a 2,400 player. Remember that ratings are not real. I want to put this down as a regular topic of our stream. Ratings are absolutely not real. They are only an average of your performance on any given period of time. No, ratings aren't fake. They're just not absolute. Let's rephrase it. Ratings are not absolute. You can't say what's your rating to somebody and expect to get an absolute measure of their strength. My rating at the moment is low. I play much better than my rating on average. And everybody complains when I play them, or if I have a good result, they're like, why is your rating so low? And I'm like, it's just a rating. And whatever rating points you lost to me today, you'll get back next week if you truly are your strength. Give or take 1,000, exactly 3xk. Unfortunately, your rating is 17, give or take 400. So I'm happy to say that when my students reach 1,800, they are tapping on the door of master strength. One of my students over 2,000. Very strong. She clobbered me, she clobbered me, and she clobbered me when we played, and she's very resourceful. She's tenacious. And the book that I'm recommending, the book that I am going to buy, the latest book on Chessable that I highly recommend by my good friend David Howell, is Grind Like a Grandmaster. The concept of this book is exactly what it's all about. The grind is real, and the grind is what it's all about. Well, let's look at I Am Tassir's win on board 2. I love this interface the best. I don't like the fact that I can't see. Basically, you get to see everything that you need to see down below. International Master Mohammed Tassir, standard Najdorf. I almost guarantee it's going to be a Najdorf because no one has any originality anymore. Personally, I like the classical Sicilian for the highest of encounters if you really want a mono approach. Now, Bishop c4 is actually, watch that white barcode down. Bishop c4 is not one of the top 3 moves. The top 3 moves are f3, which I do believe is possibly the best move, and h3, which are possibly the best moves. Because you have to get on with the kingside pawn storm and be able to threaten the opponent. Bishop e3 I don't really like because of the possibility of knight to g4 and giving black counterplay. When you're giving your opponent counterplay, it's like they're having fun, and you're like, what in the world are you doing, right? You know, that's a good question. That's a very good question. Is this book Grind Like a Grandmaster? Let's take a quick peek. Oh, it's not there. It's in the notifications. Grind Like a Grandmaster. Oh, it was actually listed there. I love it. Even the introduction by the 2 players, if you watch this short video, absolutely hysterical. I will save the link in the chat, and you definitely should follow me on Chessable if you'd like. It will be an instant classic indeed, and it will be coming out in paperback eventually. You're just gonna have to wait much longer. I am actually thinking about going for the $120 I Must Hear Magnus Talk About These Positions with David Howell in person. So the reason David Howell was in Norway for so long, it's for casual, intermediate, advanced, and expert. It's not for beginners. It's absolutely, I believe, for the casual player because you will enjoy this book. Intermediate players and up, it's definitely for our audience with the exception of the beginners. I don't necessarily know. I've been looking for a course like this for a while, and Magnus amazed me once again. He also has the Magnus Touch strategy courses in the end game and in the others. He only covers strategy course and end game course. You notice that Magnus Carlsen does not come out with an openings course because he knows that the openings are only a tool to get you to a playable middle game. The middle game is where it's won. So for another reason, for beginners, I would recommend the book Winning Chess Strategies by Yasser Seirawan. Copy link address. For beginners, Yasser Seirawan's books that were originally published on Microsoft Press there were 4 or 5 of them, and they were my staple. I enjoyed it. And basically, this is about really getting the most out of every position, regardless of the result, not just agreeing to a draw. That means getting the extra half a point if you are in an equal position, and getting the half point if you are in a worse position. Grinding it out. This is definitely worthwhile. Can I even... What else is there? Oh, and they have a free lesson already available for Pro. they have a free lesson. Let's click on the main part of the book. There is a video. So if I click on the, keeps coming up over there. Let's go back. It'll appear in my list now. The advantage to being a pro member, that is paying a monthly stipend or subscription, is that you get to keep many books on your shelf. And keeping many books on your shelf, and you can even sample, for example, books like Short and Sweet 1D4 for beginners. I wanted to sample that book with short and sweets, basically. You can also get the Chess Olympiad course if you are a pro member. This is a free book, and this is a free book. So if I click on this, I'm going to pause the music as we do this preview. We're not going to do the whole 30 minutes, but we will see exactly what it's all about.
So in this next segment, we're going to be talking about accumulating small advantages. Often in chess, you need to slowly make incremental gains, maybe taking a long-term advantage, such as a better pawn structure, a bishop pair, and only later can you turn it into something more concrete. And Magnus, I guess this is a classic strategy to win games.
Yeah, for sure. Very often in chess, you have no clear short-term goal. You only have some vague long-term goals, and then you have to try and think of how can I make my opponent make these slight concessions to me that maybe in 20 moves will give them a difficult decision that they might not be able to face.
Yeah, so direct attacks, they're overrated. Pick up those small advantages, and we'll show you an example in a moment. So the next game we're going to examine with you.
So for the most part, I'm just gonna leave it off there for the most part, is that one of the features of Chessable, when you have a video course for the most part, like that one, you will be able to I also wanted to check out a short and sweet of Angelica's 1D4 course. So she has 2 courses out. Very impressive. The short and sweet. So here's what an example of a short and sweet course looks like for the most part, especially in the opening. I have a move trainer setting. First thing I do usually when I go into this book is I get rid of that ridiculous counter down there, right? Like, you don't have to learn the move one at a time. I don't really think that you should feel the pressure of learning the moves one at a time. You should go into the teach chain, and you should up the teach chain to 2 moves or 3 moves. And that way you will learn 3 at a time. Now, I don't necessarily know that this is available for non-pros, as I've gone into students' accounts and tried to do it, and make sure you click OK. In order to do it. So basically, we're going to be playing through the quick, short, and sweet. So now we're going to learn a teach chain of 3 moves. Notice that she's going old style, preventing black from playing e5. This is a control-oriented manner of playing, with knight f3, e3, and bishop takes c4. This is a time-honored and true test of the queen's gambit accepted. So basically, we're going to castle. We're going to recapture because we're not afraid of the isolated pawn, and we're going to develop. Notice how you can learn 3 moves at a time. One of the main complaints and drawbacks to Chessable that I've always heard is that they don't like it. I'm like, okay, give me the exact thing that you don't like, for example. And notice that that was a slight fail. It's going to quiz us again on it later. And then we put our knight on e5. Bishop to g5. It helps to also read them out to yourself. Bishop takes f6 and d5. Now already we've taken care of the isolated pawn problem with bishop to g5. Bishop takes f6. Now, I'm not a huge fan of taking these redundant knights. These two knights are actually both doing the same job. But when they're controlling the center, I think it does. I think watch time does work. When you're controlling the center, then those two knights are a little bit of a pain because they're more of a chain link and a link fence, d5. So when you are using chessable, and we're going to get back to our Olympiad review, I promise soon. Hey, what did Black just do? We sacked, because of the discovered attack on the bishop on e7. This is also a very important thing to do when you're learning the openings. If you do choose to learn an opening using chessable, then you must consider what is going on in this position. I flubbed the first move. And look at the absolute understanding of what's involved. Here we are removing a defender of e6. And we are discovering on the bishop on e7. So we're not really sacking a pawn, we are gaining a pawn. And now a momentary safety precaution here, playing h3. I'm also looking to see what else is going on in this, but we'll play the move, and now it's going to quiz us on the entire thing. And it has a repetition of 3. Notice that knight f3 was an alternative. We did not get that move wrong. It was marked in yellow as like a yellow light. We're going to castle, recapture, and play knight c3. Now, Black has a tricky time, mind you, in these variations, deciding on whether they're going to put their knight on d7 or if they're going to put their knight on c6. If they put their knight on c6, it's commonly a mistake because if they want to play the moves a6 and b5, so if they put their knight on c6, they want to play the moves a6 and b5, then that knight will be left a little bit in the lurch. It'll also be in the way of a bishop on b7, which is the commonly known square. The easiest square for the bishop to be developed on. And then a rook on c1 will be able to attack on c6. These are the same arrows that the players use in instruction. So here, in this particular example, we are going to activate our rooks, and everyone knows our rook's command. Does the Queen's Indian cover the entire Black? I would look into a lifetime repertoire. I would look into the lifetime repertoire Queen's Indian, but you can search for Queens. You can just search for the word Queen's Indian in the courses. Where are we here? Rooks. Notice that white was the first person to place a rook in this particular position. It's one of the advantages to playing the white pieces. Now they chose to move bishop to b3. In many of these lines, especially if Black plays the move a6, that is one of the reasons why you might retreat your bishop to either d3 or a3 or prevent b5 with the move a4. They chose bishop to b3 here, and then they chose the outpost square. The great thing about having an isolated pawn is manyfold. The great thing is not just one thing. One of the great things is that you get an outpost square. The other features of having an isolated pawn is that you have two open files that reach the other side of the board. Notice how Black's pawn structure may be more solid, but because Black's pawn structure is more solid, it is more compact, and it doesn't warrant a space advantage. Whereas White's isolated pawn affords a space advantage for reaching into the center. We have two very serious open files. If this knight is ever captured, then this pawn is going to capture back, and then we are going to have very serious advantages in cramping the opponent's position. And the space advantage is going to be even more enhanced. And the d6 square will be good for us because we'll have an outpost square. And in this particular position, I believe we played bishop to g5. We actually followed up, I believe, with the move bishop takes f6. And we shoved with d5 because we could. Now, we're capturing on d5. We didn't really sacrifice our pawn. And once again, remember our theme of removing the defender of the two bishops in this particular case. Isn't this so much better when you haven't been streaming for 24 hours? 3D, great to see you, man. I did answer your question. Hold on. Does the Queen's Indian... you know, the BOGO Indian is rather... Zephyr, the BOGO Indian is a rather sketchy opening, if you ask me. But there is a Nimzo Rogozin repertoire, lifetime repertoire, that is offered by Maxime Rudstein with Moko Rogozin, which I think is better. Basically, if white plays knight f3, you have less to worry about. I am planning on getting a co-streamer. No, that question I didn't see. I am planning on getting a co-streamer, but I'm trying to improve my own streaming skills first at the moment. I have the course on Chessable that you originally saw. Uh-oh. What happened here? Oh, one of the tricks I've noticed is that since I have a touch screen, my mouse stops working. My mouse stops working on my touch screen, and I've been meaning to tell them about this. So if I try to move this piece using my mouse, and it doesn't really matter what machine it is, whether it's my laptop with a touchscreen, this needs to be clipped, basically, because I no longer have access. If I start using my touch screen, it thinks I'm on a tablet, and the mouse functions are no longer there. And that way, when I send the clip to them, they will understand what's going on. I'm not going to do more than this particular variation. I'm hoping to get through it once and for all. But this is Angelina Velkova's short and sweet on 1d4. It is obviously not as highly recommended as Magnus Carlsen's Grind Like a Grandmaster, but it is recommended. I've taken off the swirly thing, the swap out thing on my thing, because Chess Informant has been a much better or a much greater sponsor at the moment than Chessable has. I've lost my, I'm just a terrible communicator, honestly. I'm a terrible communicator, so I need to communicate with Chessable to let them know what I want. Also, the video memory here, right? Check out that video memory error. I also think this needs to be alleviated in this as well. We're going to shove our d5 pawn. So that's two things that need to be clipped and sent to Chessable in order to iron out those problems. Knight takes attacks the queen. Knight takes recovers the piece. h3 firms our back rank. And remember before, for some reason, I ran out of time in this position while I was talking. And because I ran out of time while I was talking in this position, I have to do it again. I have to do it twice. Which is one of the reasons why I turn off the timer at the bottom. Now, if we do want to turn off the timer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the main page. I want you to see that I do have a book that I'm working on with the primary exercises. This is basically how to win. I am weeding out the variations, and I don't believe that it should be 1,050 variations. It should be much less. Like you can already see that it's 2,000 moves minimum. I have been reviewing it, editing it, deleting from it, but this book is not available yet publicly. I've shared it with students. It's gone through some beta testing. It has been submitted for publication. I have to do a lot more writing in it and instruction in it. Let's just show everyone how to amend their Chessable course in our Play Magnus segment here. Basically, if I click on this book title or if I click on that title, either way, I'm going to be brought to the Browse section. And if you don't know Angelica, I've been mispronouncing her name, her streaming days are limited given the fact that they are shelling her home country of the Ukraine.
ambitious chess improvers. That's great. That's awesome. I'm really happy to see you here. And
Probably they could have chosen or edited it for the free version. But over here, you'll see the timer. You'll see everything over here that you need to do. Very often, I like to study all moves. That's one thing that I like to do when I'm studying an opening. I want to study all moves. Basically, if you don't have all moves in mind, then you forget what the first 5 moves are, and they start you on move 5 when you're learning an opening. And interestingly enough, I prefer to study, and I think it should be the default, to study all moves. Studying key moves gives you a very superficial, especially for the average player, the weaker player. For a professional player, yes, I already know the first 5 moves. I literally already knew the first 5 moves before I opened this book. So therefore, another feature they could do if they wanted to improve, and I was asked this by the fellow when I was in Dubai, and I couldn't remember anything. So this is my moment to get everything in that I wanted to improve about Chessable. Here, for example, I would like to say that the players should classify themselves before they go in so that all these settings are set by default. Okay, by default. The default settings should be based on if you are improver / beginner. I'm going to say improver / beginner because beginners are not really beginners at all ages. Most of the time, it's someone who may or may not have learned the moves when they were young. They're not necessarily a beginner, but they want to return to chess and they have a limited knowledge and they want to reach a solid intermediate stage. So I've known many adults who have started off in chess after many years off. And of course, they remember how to move the pieces. They remember some openings, but not others. They remember some principles and some strategies, but not others. Or they don't remember anything at all. And they slowly recur them. The next thing that I would like to do for the intermediate players, yes, it might be good to have a timer. But in general, these questions should be asked at the outset. I turn on unlimited, honestly. I don't think that I should get a move wrong because I have to answer a phone call. All right, if I'm on my phone or if I have to return a text, guess what's going to happen? Or if I have to talk to the chatters, I'm going to time out. Then I get this move wrong and then I have to quiz it an extra time later. And I'm like, that seems like a very terrible punishment for a distracted person. So that could also be a question that can be asked for a default setting across all courses for every individual. And it can be set in the cookies for that browser for till time immemorial, right? Basically, I do not want 60 seconds. Or how much time do you think you need on each of the moves? You could actually ask that. 60 seconds, 2 minutes, unlimited, to play your moves. And most people, I believe, will choose like 2 minutes. I think 2 minutes, using the victory sign, 2 minutes is the ideal amount of time to spend on each and every move if you're in a tournament game. If you don't have enough time to spend 2 minutes on each and every move, chances are it's a terrible time control on average. Now, in a game 30, what does that tell you? You don't have any time to think about your moves. Might as well be playing blitz. Game 45, chances are you're playing blitz. Game 60, yes. Average chess game being 30 moves long. I am sponsored by Chessable, actually. Ismail, I am partially sponsored by Chessable. It is not in my layout at the moment. I can show you my old one. I hope this doesn't mess up my whole thing. But if I go to my old layout, I'll go to really old layout. Are you ready for this? I have no idea what's going to happen to my screen or what you're going to see. or have I? I've restored the microphone and the desktop audio. Let me restore the desktop audio as well, just in case there's something going on. Okay, well, there's no way of knowing if the desktop audio is restored, but the webcam needs to be restored. Let's see here. The webcam needs to be restored. I'm hoping that this will do it. Global settings. Where is my webcam? Does it exist anymore? I guess at least you can hear me. Needless to say, I just want to mention that the offer spiel at the top, Chessable and Chesser Informant, was in its heyday. And now, without the webcam, I'm going to go to the next layout. Okay, the next layout, which is the second most recent layout. It may take a moment to bring this up. There we go. I forgot to restore the microphone. So yeah, I learned a lot from this particular layout. I like this layout a lot. It was actually quite nice. The problem with this layout, though, as you see in the live screen, is that, as it turns out, I've got a lot of moving parts. I've got the rotating product display. I promoted all sorts of Chessable books. I'm sorry, not just Chessable. Chessable was a sponsor, a primary sponsor at least, because I haven't gotten taken advantage of my sponsorship. Let's just put it that way. I've sort of fallen by the wayside. I had all of the 17 women's world champions over here, ending with Ju Wenjun, and Alakine over here, who was termed a Nazi by David on 64 Chess Podcast. And I'm like, that is libel and scandalous, because he was caught on the wrong side of the war. This is something that I would like to emphasize. He was caught on the wrong side of the war. And he had a Jewish wife. And now you have two people that you're responsible for. Now, I've actually thought about this many, many, many times. Every time the subject comes up, I think about it. If I am caught on the wrong side of the war in a fascist country, and I am facing being put to death because of their beliefs or whatever, and my spouse is certainly guilty of being one of those who needs to be saved, or that is not put to death or made a bar of soap out of, will I play chess while I'm there if I were the world champion? All you have to do is do what you love, which is play chess. Or I could refuse to play chess, and one or both of us could die. I think I play chess. Now, because of this, Alekhine was termed a Nazi collaborator, and he was shunned throughout the chess world, and he was actually assassinated for his collaboration. That is, his collaboration being playing chess. He didn't have to check mark who's going to go on the train to Auschwitz. It's not funny to say that someone is a Nazi because they had to save either theirs or their spouse's wife. It's a very, very tricky thing. And for Jennifer Shahade or anyone else to go to bat on this one, right? You know, I'm not really sponsored by Lee Chess. You probably can see in some of the layouts, I have the Lee Chess Knights in the four corners. They're not in this one. I'm glad my follower goal retained its integrity across this one. I could keep this one. The stream title, unfortunately, needs to be updated from a file, and I think I'm going to do that soon. I'm going to update that stream title from a file or from a call out, and the file could easily be updated. So far easier than anything else. So you tell me if Alekhine was assassinated. Yes, he was assassinated by a kill squad that ran around after World War II was over, and there have been movies recently made about this. I believe the most recent one was starring Al Pacino in a series on either Amazon Prime or on Netflix. Basically, they run around and they kill Nazi collaborators. Uh-oh. You cannot hear anything? No! Is my mic not working? Or is TFS trolling me? I see it moving. So maybe TFS needs to refresh. I apologize for the previous one. When I first came into the stream, I was commenting how much I loved this background. But when I was traveling, if I try to bring up this background, this layout in Streamlabs on my laptop, which has limited memory, it was a crawl. I never successfully, with this layout that you're seeing now, I never successfully really streamed. I had this in Dubai. I had this all the way through, and you can see I used it through June 30th. I was at my niece's funeral. I'm attempting to stream on the weekend mornings, and basically it's on any particular weekend, and I literally had to change this layout as soon as humanly possible. People were killed without a trial, yes. They were just assassinated. They were hunted down, either they were in Brazil or parts of Europe, and they were offed. Now, they weren't offed in a way that, like Alekhine, the circumstances surrounding. Thank you, Donnie. It is great to see you, buddy. How are the kids? And the missus? Are you still in the city? Are you living in the city, Donnie? Or did you extract yourself like I did to one of the burbs? I don't get to see Donnie that much. Donnie and I went to the U.S. Championship in 2000 or 2001 together. I often tell the story of John Fernandez trying to work things out with an engine, and Donnie was at that U.S. Championship earning an IM norm, or almost earning an IM norm, and John Fernandez is up late, and Donnie and I are sleeping, and he's at the desk cursing away because he can't get Larry Christensen's brilliancy against Voigel, I think it was, he was playing. Couldn't get his brilliancy to work, and nobody in the engine wouldn't agree with him, and I had to literally walk him through the variations of the brilliancy, and then the computer finally saw it, but it had to reach its horizon effect where it could actually see the advantage at the end of the rainbow. Here at Donnie, we were actually promoting the course, Magnus's latest chess improvement one. This is one that Donnie would actually absolutely enjoy. Oh, it's no longer in my notifications. Oh no, but it is on the main page as an advertisement. I'm positive that it should show up. Grind Like a Grandmaster is the latest book that is very exciting for me. I have to go to courses. If you want to look for free courses, then you have to, so I'm going to close this other window. You have to go to courses. Tactics, you can see that I have on all the time. I don't check anything but tactics. It's green, right? That's the only one that I ever go to. Or all courses. And it's being advertised up here. So if you click on this, now over here, you can set it for free. And then this will give you all of the free stuff that is available. And I highly recommend that you do exactly what I just did in that last book, which was you go into your course. I'm going to do it in the accumulating advantages, right? You go into your course by clicking on the title or by clicking on the picture. They both take you to the same place. I'm going to trim up the screen here before I forget. Where is this? Yeah. Because that title bar down there does not need to be seen. I would love to trim it on this side as well. It's interesting that it goes all the way across, yet it's still showing the women's world champions and the men's world champions over there. That's very clever. Very cool. Let me trim it evenly on both sides. Bring it down from the top. Move this over to the corner. If I'm going to use this layout today, then I can trim it on the right, trim it on the left. I can bring it down to match this nice box that I had for my previous layout. So yeah, one thing I would highly recommend doing is to turn off the timer, make it unlimited. One thing I would love for Chessable to do is certainly make it possible to determine your level of player when you first log into Chessable, or in your global profile settings. You can always change it. And that way the default settings will always be here. I want to study all moves, not key moves. I prefer to study all moves, not key moves. It could even be a quiz. And I also want to change my teach chain when I go into a variation. I want to change my teach chain to learning 3 moves at a time and not 1 move at a time. 1 move, pause, have to make it. 1 move, pause, have to make it. To me, is the most ridiculous, redundant method ever. And I don't think that's what. When you do it on this main screen, it's actually saved. See how our layout looks when I go back to the main board? Yes. So in something like the woodpecker method, right? In something like the woodpecker method, you can even change your repetition. Like I really want to be repeat. I want my interval at all times to be 4 hours. I want to review it 4 hours, 4 hours. I want all the moves back every 4 hours. I never want it to stop giving me moves. I want to always. So I'm going to hit cancel for now because I'm not changing the successible space repetition. And the woodpecker method is priceless. You can go into a chapter, for example, the 17, and you can review just this chapter. You can go into the easy exercises and you can just review only the easy exercises, which is key. So in this particular one, from what I remember, we cut off the rook. We bother the rook, and then we can actually start gaining some material. There you go. Gaining some material, and we keep that rook entombed over there for the time being, right? So in this particular example, I remember these are not that easy, by the way. There's a weak back rank problem. We're going to attack the queen and the rook, only because we want that rook to be undermined so that we can capture it. Go after the king over here. So we're going to attack everything black owns. So if I go back to this one, notice that it moves it to the top of my list, right? If we go back to this one and click on this, you'll see that I've got this turned off. Review the whole variation. Obviously, they didn't give very many moves. But my mouse somehow came back. Did everybody see that I was moving stuff with my mouse? If I use my touch screen to start doing any of these, right, then I won't be able to use my mouse again. Let's do that again. Review all. Notice I'm down to 507 moves instead of 511. This is the famous Capablanca game with no name. We're just going to capture, exposing the king, and checkmating. Notice that I'm going to use my touch screen. This one is a pretty easy one because we're setting up. And then all I have to do is either remove the defender of the bishop on f4, and then I won't be in trouble. For the most part, I'll be able to guard it. Now I'm going to try to do stuff with my mouse. Oh, what a weird world we live in, right? What a weird world we live in. But in reality, this queen is guarded by a rook, so we want to remove the defender. Notice that we're going through all the world champions combinations in the woodpecker method. If you want one as an advanced player, this is by far the most significant one. We have bishop a3 coming, by the way. Bishop a3 was coming to go after that. And it was trouble. The bishop also had stuff on the long diagonal as well. Anatoly Karpov, Linares, notice that it's mixing up the tactics as we see them. I feel like it's knight to d8. That doesn't make any sense. What do you think, everyone? Oh, no. Yeah, that was good. No worries. TFS from Germany in the house. It's a theory, but all the facts surrounding everyone that was hunted down by not just Smersh. Soviet Union had an operation of assassins called Smersh, which was death to spies. Smiert Spionam was the interpretation, and that was the original Spectre in the James Bond series. Ian Fleming drew upon a real organization that went around after World War II and basically took care of things like that. There was a French organization that was believed to have gotten Alexander Alekhine for playing chess. Basically, because he played chess for Hitler, or under the Hitler, or in, I mean, that's a good one for Donnie. Donnie is my go-to guy because he's far more orthodox than I am, if you can say that. All right, Donnie, if you're still here, I'm trapped on the wrong side of the war with my wife who's Jewish, and all I have to do to keep us alive is play chess. Or I could say, no, I'm not going to play chess as the world champion. One or both of us are sent to a place that is not a holiday tourist destination. I think I would probably play chess if I were the world champion. I don't know that I would have the wherewithal or the moral high ground to know that my actions would have me, after the war is over, publicly banned, barred, or anything like that. I would definitely do the same thing, probably. It does not make any sense at all. No matter what religion you are, especially if you're in it at the moment and you don't know the absolute overall repercussions of what's happening. I think that you don't have a choice. Yeah, I wish. I'm not so sure about the smiley face Ishmael, but it's a tough call. It's a tough call, honestly. Needless to say, you can go through these, and if you're a member of the pro, you can go to your difficult moves as well. I only have 2 difficult moves. And if I click on those, I can watch the video, or I have difficult moves. If you're a pro member, there are many things. So let's see what my difficult move to review is here. This is not difficult. I probably timed out. Unless that's not it, and it really is difficult. What do you think, everybody? Is this difficult? It's exercise number 120, so we know it's early on in the book. It's not supposed to be difficult. And it's the chess.com mate. No wonder they quizzed me on it for 18 times in a row. When I do Puzzle Rush Survivor, this is the exact mate that I get for the first 18 exercises. And it is only because of my level, because I'm not a very good player, and they know that on chess.com. I'm not a very good player. This is the one they quiz me on. They have me do 18 back rank mates in a row, and occasionally they'll be on the side of the board, like takes h7 and rook to h3, or takes h7 and queen to h4, or takes h7 and rook to h5 with the pin pawn on g6. 18 of those in a row on Chessable, on chess.com, every single time, because they know that I'm not a good player. They don't gear it toward my rating at all. So what is this one? Let's overstudy this one. Oh, that's the one we just did. I apologize. And that doesn't give you any credit, but it does give you credit for line study. What is this one? Number 24, I think we already did for the day. We just created this one. I just created a difficult move. My difficult move was here, where I accidentally took the pawn, and I should have taken there. It keeps track of this stuff. And you can see that there are a library of difficult moves to be had. And of all the people that I'm studying, on the right, I can see which of my students are playing. I can see Mkrtchian, whose birthday was on Sunday. She has started off for the week. Today is Tuesday. It's hard for me to believe that. There's Rogan, who's starting off for the same week. Good for you, Rogan. And if I wanted to see everybody, of course, from all time, I don't really want to see everybody else. I just want to see the people that I'm following. And I'm happy to say that Magnus is still at the top of the leaderboard, but Mkrtchian has gone past him. Wow, Mkrtchian is hot on my trail. She really is. But for this week, it is those that you saw. For this month, Rogan in 4th place. Merpant. Rogan outstripping Merpant. Good job. I would follow Merpant. I would follow any of these players. Zalakai. Woo! Zalakai has not been on this week. But I'm ahead of Zalakai. Pegasus is down here. Atamrod. That's one. It's a student. I can't remember who. I'm not going to click on their profile though, because when you follow me, I will sometimes follow you back. I haven't checked my notifications in a while, so I don't know. You can tell that I haven't checked my notifications. I got 256 notifications. Lifetime repertoire is Mkrtchian, Yuri Krikon. I don't know how to pronounce that. Short and Sweet, Henningshire Gambit by Max Warmerdam. Sorry, but that's a terrible opening, right? Donnie's often listening without audio. He's had IRL things going on. He has a job, and it is he had you know, he's taking care of his health, you know, getting his rest and stuff like that. My favorite opening is the one that helps me win. You can give me candidates because I like all of them. I've played every opening except for maybe the Henningshire Gambit. I do have openings that I dislike. I dislike boring openings or staid openings. Therefore, I tend not to like the London as much. So if you gave me 3, let's just say Con Sicilian, Najdorf Sicilian, or Classical Sicilian, I would pick Classical as my favorite of those 3, even though I've played all 3. I played e6 and a6. I played the Taimanov with e6 and knight c6. I played the classical. I played the accelerated dragon, the modern dragon, the hyper accelerated dragon. I've played the O'Kelly variation. I've played the Nimzovich Sicilian. E4 is my current go-to. I have played the Bong Cloud. I've played the delayed Bong Cloud. I've played the double Bong Cloud. Double Bong Cloud is when your king goes up to e3 and then comes back. And then there's the Greco, the Greco Bong Cloud / whatever, where you play f3 and king f2. I've played that for the most part. Yeah, my book will be released eventually. Basically, it is a tactical book. Right now, I'm only at 3,790 words. And it claims 1,045 variations with 5 informational variations. Basically, I think the London is a very practical opening. It's definitely a go-to of Magnus Carlsen in Rapid and Blitz because he gets a huge time advantage and he gets to see what his opponent doesn't really know. So there are 2 or 3 forms of the London. I prefer the Tory attack with Bishop G5. So I usually only play the London. The London is only absolutely essential because d4 must be answered by d5 in order to play the London. If your opponent answers with knight f6 to d4, the London is no longer really an option because your opponent can play d6 on move 2. And you're looking very silly if you play the modern London with bishop f4. You have to actually play knight f3 against knight f6. And then if they play g6, you still are in some sketchy territory here. You're not playing a London. You're playing a queen spawn opening that is sometimes frowned upon where black has more dynamics available to them. So what you really need to do is choose a set of openings that you enjoy and cycle yourself through them routinely so you don't get stale. Basically, when I play everything, I wouldn't be able to stream for 2 years straight playing the same openings that I played on day one in April of 2020. If I played the same openings every day, there's a nice river over here I might just jump into off the tallest bridge I could find. That's all there is to it. If I had to play the same openings every day, if my coach told me that I had to play the same openings, if I had to follow the orders of a coach and play only the moves that they told me to recommend. But yeah, it's extremely dry. But the good news is that it's extremely practical. You put your pieces on squares where they won't get hot. The London openings original roots were in the Russian women's opening. It was the Russian, it was taught in Russia. It was originally promoted in Russia as an opening for women so that you were not allowed to give away any pieces or put any pieces on unprotected squares. Everything will be protected in a nice, neat little box. You can't put your bishop on g5 because it could get taken by something. It might get unprotected. But if you put it on f4 and you play e3, then everything is protected. Yeah, and actually, if you play the same moves over and over again, exactly, Rogan, if you play the same moves over and over again, you'll find yourself becoming a runaway train. If you play the same opening for 2 years straight, you will not know when to stop moving quickly and start thinking. So it helps to have that. All right, I'm going back to the original, to the current layout, by the way. I can't even remember what it's called. Crossing my fingers, this is it. All right, everybody, hang tight as we go back to the first layout. And I hope I don't have to make too many adjustments to the mic and the web. Wow, we're back. That was fast. And the mic seems to work, which is good. Webcam, on the other hand, was taken by the other thing. Let me find the webcam. Chat box works. Always nice when the chat box works. Oh, so the webcam was really taken out of the first layout. It really was. Hold the phone here. That's just audio properties. Oh, that's the mixer. Webcam. Got it. Now I know. I was looking at the wrong one. I have to reactivate. So there's a little checkbox that says deactivate when not showing. And that definitely took place. It deactivated itself. And I was actually much taller in the other chair, so let's bring this down a little bit. I switched chairs during the 24-hour stream because the other, I felt like I broke this chair, but really I broke my butt. I literally broke my own butt in the 24-hour stream. Much of this is clippable, I tell you. I thought, my chair was so uncomfortable at the end of 24 hours that I had to switch chairs. I literally thought I broke it. I thought it was no longer comfortable, but it was just me. Anyway, our chessable portion, for the most part, is over. We're going to return to the Olympiad. The Olympiad review. We were looking at Morocco's Mohamed Tassir's win here in the Najdorf. So what sixth move does he choose? He chooses bishop c4 following the Fischer variation. This is what it's called, interestingly enough. It's no longer called the Sozin. It's called the Fischer-Sozin. So here we go. Controversy number 2 that started with the David's 64 Chess Podcast. In the interview with Jennifer Shahade, She objects so vehemently to Alekhine's gun that she wants to rename it to the Polgar Power Punch. Now, this is the technique or the strategy that has been known since the dawn of time to be two rooks, which are in most languages and in the original form of chess known as cannons, especially in shogi, cannons. It was called Alekhine's cannon, not Alekhine's gun. Alekhine's gun is usually used and referenced by people that are less literate, which I don't blame them for if they heard it that way from someone else. Alekhine's cannon. And basically you have two cannons, and you add the queen to the rear of the cannon to add that extra firepower where you triple on the file. So literally, someone will play rook to a3. One of the most famous cannons, I believe, was Fischer-Spassky, 1992, where he tripled on the a file. He basically played rook on a2 to a3, the other rook over to a2, and the queen to a1, and he shoved up the a file. Thank you so much. I haven't done the workout for accepted. I guess since Alekhine's gone, there's a huge market for chessable as our viewership jumped up quite a bit there. Right? Our viewership did jump up there quite a bit. I don't necessarily know that the screen has to be so big on the screen one has to be so big on the right. Let me just see if I can edit that just ever so slightly. The content display. It's almost huge, but I did that so that you could read the let's center it a little bit. I did that so that you could read the analysis down below. But on a cell phone or anything else, you wouldn't be able to read the analysis anyway. Most screens, you can't read the analysis. But I'll tell you what it says. It says that f3 is the best move, according to Stockfish, by a half of a pawn. But bishop c4 reduces it to equal. And we have to waste a second move of time just to avoid the fork trick with knight takes e4 and d5 after our bishop is deadened. So to complete my controversial statement before about Alekhine's gun, now if you're going to rename that one to the Polgar Power Punch, how about, as Fischer was anti-Semitic as well, the pretense was that because Alekhine is a Nazi, we should strike his name and cancel him from everything because he knew what he was doing was wrong and that he would be canceled in the 21st century, and we wouldn't use his name anywhere. We'll take his photo down off of the walls and we'll remove his name from all books because he collaborated by playing chess with the Nazis. I actually believe that we probably might need to do the same thing with Fischer, right? We should take Fischer's name from everything. For similar reasons for his statements and propaganda spreading. I'm taking it a little too far, but those are my controversial statements of the day. By the way, thank you again, Yeatonheimers and Ismail, for the hydrate. By the way, when the sun is streaming in from the left, as it is, on my computer screen with the grayed out, I only see the redemptions as a small little gray out thing, which is not that easy to see with the sun streaming in through the window. So I'm happy that I can read Ismail's Always Drink Water. Great for Ukraine. We can also check the standings down here very quickly. Uzbekistan over Armenia on tiebreaks. And India, too, gets the bronze. I'm assuming that all the games are completed in those sections. The United States of America, being the favorite, I disagreed with. They're not the favorite. In fact, if I were the coach, I would tell them they're not the favorite. I would tell them they're not the favorite over breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I would say, you guys need to work your butts off in this tournament because you are not the favorites. You have a lot of work cut out for you. Yeah, I'm very proud of Uzbekistan. That was pretty cool. For those of you who do not know the Uzbekistan team, I'm going to finish as I told Ismail that I would look at this attack. He literally blew black off the board, or attempted to blow black off the board, as he is suffering on the queen side. But the better player triumphs ultimately, just because this 2189 knows how to handle the Najdorf structure better than anything else. Well, guess what? It's not how well you handle an opening structure that counts. What happened here? It says white won, but when we reach the end of the game, oh wow, his queen is hanging, the rook is hanging. There's nothing you can do in this position. Queen takes c2, rook on g. Black can mate in 10 moves. Did black lose on time, I guess? They lost track of the moves and black lost on time. That's crazy. That is definitely a game that I have to look up a little bit more later on. Going back to the pairings. So India 2 had to face Germany on board 1. And they beat Germany, as well as Armenia needed to beat Spain. Armenia needed to beat Spain by a greater margin than 2.5 points. And interestingly enough, Shirov was the weak link, which is hard to believe. Hard to believe that Shirov was the weak link. And Uzbekistan also defeated with Max Warmerdam on board 4. By the way, one of my earliest streamers that I would watch was Max Warmerdam. I'm trying to remember what his chess name was. Yeah, your number one goal in the Olympiad is to play as solidly and as humanely and as determinedly as possible. Bobby turned out to be one of the weak links as far as the U.S. team goes. Fabiano had a relatively terrible tournament with 5 out of 10. I would have rested him. I literally would have rested him after the second loss. Playing Gukesh and letting Gukesh get to 8-0, literally beating the fodder. Unless they were doing that as a sacrifice bunt. They're like, oh, Fabiano's not playing so well, let's just put him up against Gukesh and we're going to try to win the match on the other boards. He just wasn't playing well. And Sam Shankland only had 4.5 out of 7, but at least he's +2. That is 2 more wins than losses. Fabiano, on the other hand, with an even score, not so great. How did Wesley So do? +4. That would be good enough to win most of the tournaments. But in general, these players were not motivated. And that was a problem. Dominguez studying or playing for the United States. Patriotism at its finest. I mean, I admit, but I mean, where's Cuba, right? Yeah, India too really had to get by Uzbekistan. You're absolutely right. That was rough. That was very, very rough. India too. Egypt, I'm very proud of Egypt. Bassem Amin, only +1, but still. They are up here. They've got 3 grandmasters. That's crazy, right? Italy, 4 grandmasters. When I was growing up, they didn't have a single grandmaster. Did they have a single grandmaster? I think they had one very strong IM, Tolnai, who later became a GM. Tolnai was the strongest player from, and I think he was imported. Tolnai. Philippines 2.5 against Norway. Mark. All right, my good friend Mark Paragua. I could almost say that he's a good guy. He's a good friend. Darwin Lalo. I feel like Darwin Lalo has played in my tournaments early on when I offered prizes. He also coaches one of my students when she's in the Philippines, the one who's reached 2,000. But the weak link was Frode. Frode did not have such a good tournament. I can't believe they used this early picture of him, like from the time when I first met him. This is not Frode. Frode is a grown man. In this picture, it makes him look like he's very young. But they definitely abandoned ship in the last round. I have a 100% score against Johann Sebastian Christensen on the white side of the Queen's Gambit. I pummeled him when he was young. He was only like 2,200 then. It was almost a brilliancy prize. I should put that amongst my memorable games. I'm going to put that amongst my memorable games that Ron Hay actually asked for. So meanwhile, Mongolia had a 2.5, 1.5 victory. I don't know where they ended up in the standings, but I met Surin in Dubai. I believe I met Surin in Dubai. I might have met him elsewhere as well. But just going down the ranks here, who else were we going to check on? Israel. I wanted to check on Israel. How did Israel finish up? I don't know if Israel was as prominent. Israel. We're 13. A win against Switzerland. Very good. Montenegro on board 16. Not bad. I'm afraid North Macedonia was sticking up the joint. Mainly because South Macedonia couldn't make it. They're on board 37. I don't know how the politics works among the Yugoslav countries. I have to, one of these days I have to visit to find out. Let's go to the Women's Olympiad. We're going to go to the standings. As we were just informed, Ukraine has won the women's. Don't blame anyone for abandoning our stream to get the coverage elsewhere. But since the tournament is over, all this is news rather than a current event. And we will be feverishly analyzing these games and extracting all the classics. So the USA got bronze. USA women got bronze after a terrible performance. But the USA women are, for the most part, all very solid and very strong. Irina Krush, I have an even score against Irina Krush. I don't know that she's beaten me. We have 2 draws. Mainly because her coach would stand behind me and unnerve the daylights out of me, and I had to ask him to leave the room twice. And then I beat her coach later on when I played him. I played him in an amateur team tournament. I beat Irina Krush's coach after he annoyed the daylights out of me and time trouble because he kept standing right on the back of my chair while I'm trying to play her. And she was young, of course, at the time, and a rising star, not quite a master, but I drew her both times that I played her. I lost her in a blitz tournament, now that I think about it. I played the Benoni with Queen E7. Same Queen E7, Queen E2 that we looked at earlier. with Delianos' wife. And Mongolia in 15th place. I thought Israel was in the running. They must have fallen away. This is Dina Belenkaya's team. I was sort of eagerly following the other streamers and rooting for them as best I could. How about Norwegian women? With Pia Kramling? Not the Norwegian. The Swedish women with Pia Kramling and Anna Kramling. Where are they? Did I miss them? Sweden. I expected them to be in the top 20. There they are, 43rd. I would have elbowed him. Yeah, I know, right? He lost. Gukesh is the one that had a terrible blunder yesterday. That was really brutal. I don't know the exact prize for the Olympiad, but I do know that you do get relatively real gold medals, bronze medals, and silver medals. But yeah, Gukesh, tough, right? He'd had a good tournament. It's easy to have that dizziness due to success. You can tell where their standings are based on the board numbers that they're on for the most part. Ukraine, Anna and Maria Musichuk, very good. Katerina Lano, I believe, is also from the Ukraine, but she defected to Russia. So she was not eligible to play. Katerina Lano, Lagno, was World Rapid or Blitz champion the one year when I noticed that she had changed federations. I didn't notice it before. Then I found out the whole story. Jovanka Hauska, Little Hat, playing for England on board 1. Nicely done. But she's only +1, as it turns out. Only +1. So for me, one of the key ingredients of playing well in the Olympiad is to be a good team, have good camaraderie, have faith in the person that's sitting next to you. Have absolute faith and camaraderie and consoling and stuff like that. It eases the pressure, it eases the tension a little bit, and knowing that you have the support of others. Sam Shanklin on Twitter. I finally found my form in the last round, but it was far too little too late for me. The U.S. thankful that I did not lose every single game that came before. Congrats to Uzbekistan. They're homegrown. Uh-oh. Look at that statement. That was controversial. They're homegrown and hungry young stars have a very bright future ahead of them. I wonder what he is saying with that. Goes without saying that I need to say it, because I already have said it. I don't entirely regret saying it, but you know what? You just want to buy more players? Well, India's safe now. If India had won first, there was a tweet. I don't remember who tweeted it, but there was a tweet that will the U.S. buy the 4 Indian grandmasters if they finish first? $4,000. Now, the interesting thing about that is that $4,000 for the whole team, or is that $4,000 per person? Yeah, stop using mercenaries. That's literally what we're doing. It's like, all right, I get it. And the United States is a melting pot, right? The United States is a melting pot, but you actually have to let them melt. You don't just like bring them in and then just put them right out there as though they've been here the whole time. I do believe in the fact that they could be here for several years and they have to earn the right to play in the Olympiad team. How long has Vallejo Pons been here? Not Vallejo Pons. Carissa, yep, very proud of her, very happy for her. She came through. Unfortunately, she came through against Tanya Sachdev, who I also like very much, absolute sweetheart. In fact, she had not had a loss until the last round. Tanya Sachdev had not had a loss. Woo. Whereas Carissa Yip's tournament was very spotty. You know, she did finish at +3, but she started off so rough. So the lower boards really made it count for us. This was a nice little upset by Tateva Brahman. She's also a streamer. You've not yet followed her. I'm trying to think if she's a penguin. Does anybody know her? Well, I mean, I understand that we are a melting pot, but I would like the players to actually melt into the culture and actually go without playing in an Olympiad at least once to let everybody know that they have to step up their game before this player is eligible. Kingslayer Sloan there with the words of wisdom. Let's see who played for Moldova. I'm sorry, Mongolia. I was reading and speaking at the same time. Not Moldova, but Mongolia. Pia Kramling, there they are. Pia Kramling. Anna Kramling lost this round to a very experienced opponent. 3-1, that was a brutal moment. This is Anu Bayar student who drew Irina Krush, winning against Sophie Millet, who is an actual IM and a very strong player. Very nice finish for Mongolia in a way. If they could have brought home the point, that would have been good. But still, I mean, I almost want to retweet. I'm going to retweet Sam Shanklin's statement there. I'm very happy for him that he found his form, but it was not that easy for anyone in the Olympiad. I actually heard a rumor. Gina Balankaya had a spate of draws. Our result from the 10th round, I believe, was also a draw yesterday. Although it doesn't record the result here. I was actually looking at it. Did she not play? Oh, the game's not in. That makes it very difficult to assess. Interestingly enough, makes it very difficult to assess. needless to say, a nice result all around. India just really got torn to shreds. Torn to shreds in this round. So they lost 3-1. India lost 3-1, minus 2 points. Ukraine won 3-1. So India, literally, with a 2-2 result, India could have finished in first place if they could have only held it together. Wow. The Master John, how are you? Great to see you, sir. I could call him a Georgian streamer. This proves money can buy happiness. I need to expand that one. Money can do wonders. Peter Fiddler, in his most recent interview, said that he's retired and that no team should really want him. But interestingly enough, yeah, because Russia couldn't play in the Olympiad due to the unfortunate poor behavior of their country, Wow, they're covering the under-16 British Youth Championship in 1 hour. The Senior British Championship, under 12. And Chessable is sponsoring the British Championship. Let's just take a look and see who's actually playing in that. Keith Arkell, certainly one of the favorites. Mark Hebden should be one of the favorites. Wow, I don't see him. Cross table? So it's a round robin. Mark Hebden isn't in it. What in the world? It's not a round robin. It is a round robin. This is very unusual. What is this British Championship? The Chessable British Championship. Is it played online? That would explain why Mark Hebden isn't in here if it's played online. Very unusual, right? Yeah, it is unfortunate. So Mark Hebden loves playing the Carl Khan, so we can check out his first round game. Let's see if it was. Indeed. Wow, he played the Scandinavian, which has the same Carl Khan structures much of the time, with a little bit of a time disadvantage. So what was this? I don't understand F3. Jasper, what was going on with F3? Did you touch that pawn and not want to move it up? Wow. I am positive that F3 was not one of the top 3 moves in the position. So he probably reached for his rook and grabbed his pawn. That's my guess. Or he reached for his knight to play knight g3. And this knight is very poorly misplaced. This knight wants to be on e5. I don't completely understand what white's setup is. This is definitely an unfortunate move for the... And maybe because he's playing for the Chessable British Championship, Keith Arkell chose to play. Bad. Meanwhile, going back to our Lee chess, capture window. Congratulations to Delayanos. Wait a minute, what happened here? Oh, this is before the end. Reload. Conte de Luna actually finished in first place. Wow, tie for first. That was very hard fought. 3xk just outside. Bridesmaid, 3xk. For 5 million, he can unretire. You do need a sponsor, not unlike the except Challenge 20 is no longer here. I'm going to refund his workout. Sorry, I had to do that. I had to just check to make sure because I had a bursitis in my elbow from a fall that I had several weeks back. And because of the fall that I had several weeks back, I wasn't able to do my normal workout push-ups that I would gladly do for that viewer reward channel points thing. So I promised that I would do a simul today, briefly, before we ended the stream. Just trying to decide which team deserves the boost over others. Whether it would be the Rapid and Classical is up to 465. I think we're going to be boosting our weekend Rapid and Classical. Absolutely. I did notice another thing. I think in the Master Chess Dojo 960, I cannot make someone a team leader unless they've joined. And Kingslayer Sloan has recently joined. So I can actually make him a team leader in this particular one. Although I don't necessarily know that he will be wanting to organize 960 events. But we did do at least one, and I didn't really play in it, so we only had 5, which is actually quite a good number. Given that it was 960 spur of the moment, we didn't get to advertise it. So, let me just take a quick peek at who our birthdays of the day are on today. August 9th, we had John Vanderweel, Lubomir Luboš Kavalek, Heinrich Wagner. Heinrich Wagner is a German chess master. You know what? I might go with Heinrich Wagner. How about that? We're going to go with Heinrich Wagner, one of the lesser known players, right? National Master Heinrich Wagner. We'll get him in here. One moment, only because I don't want to change the title. We did National Master Mary Bain last. And now we're ready. We're ready to create and paste. Host a new simul. Put the simul description in. Estimated start time 9 a.m. Let's just cross our fingers we can make it 9 a.m. in 15 minutes. 5 plus 5. I'm only going to take 30 minutes. Should that be black and all or white and all? Someone flip that coin. So, members of a team, rapid and classical. Let's check our YouTube. Just make sure I don't need to edit that. Oh, yes. I knew, just as I knew it in the 24-hour stream, when you're strong-arming people to join or follow or sub to the YouTube, many of them leave immediately after they get the simul started. We're down to 128. I'm going to change our stream title as well. Since we know that we can do it. Watching a series on Netflix by the name of Deadwind. It's a Finnish detective mystery concerning the death, a murder around wind energy company of certain sort. Not, you know, searching for new winds. Stream title. So we're not going to get to 135 this time. No doubt about it. When we go over 10, I take another 10 minutes. Go over 12, I might take another 40. I might take 40 minutes. Let's see here. We would like our, I'm only asking for 2, so 130. Get back to 130. We're still way out from where we were, given that a lot of people did not unsubscribe. Reload. I agree with you. I am looking. You can hate 960 all you want. Oh, absolutely. You guys are the fuel, the heart and soul of this stream. 960 is a forced understanding of what's going on here. Eatonheimer is making other people's wins possible. Good to see Scala 756 back in the mix. Scala is a simul player extraordinaire. Do we have any competition? Playing right now. The Private Academy. I am Queeger simul. Fascinating. Look, our simul dropped off the moment I left this window. If I leave this pending window, then there is no more. No more simul being advertised. Today is billiards day, by the way. Society billiards. I do not have a tripod handy, unfortunately. I want to just check my camera for a minute. Pardon me while I lift it up. Yes, I do need another C920. I should have probably taken it when I got the chance. We do need the promotion on YouTube. Copy link address. Subscribers. Thanks so much for your support. All questions answered on the Twitch stream. I am going to change the wording on that as well, because just in case people don't know what sub means, I need to put the whole word in. Subscribe. Put better grammar in there. Help that even. Get it started. Description is very, very long. We're at 10. I'm assuming that we're going to stay at 10, so I'm going to add it, make it up to 40. I usually lose every game on time. If we get past 12, as I said before, it might be time to up it to whatever. So, yeah, playing by the rules, touch move, I think, was definitely one of the causes of that F3 move in Keith Arkell's game. Can't possibly fathom the concept of F3 being a real move against the Scandinavian after you've played knight on G to E2. This doesn't seem right. Right? Does not seem correct. But I do believe that 960. How much is the C920? Let me just do a quick comparison. In US versus Australian prices. I believe that it's more expensive for you because it comes from Ireland, right? I think they're manufactured in Ireland. Okay, Google, what country are Logitech products manufactured in?
According to Logitech,
Oh,
Logitech's center of manufacturing is China. Supplemental manufacturing in other parts of China. Big contract manufacturing.
since it comes from China, it shouldn't be that bad. Logitech C920. So on Amazon, it's $63. Best Buy, it's $69. But there's a slight difference. The C920E, I'm not sure what the version is that I have. I don't have the E or the S. They come with a little flap to for privacy. Unless I didn't put it on. Because it looks like they have a version without it. Maybe I just didn't put the little thingamajiggy on it. Did you get the price in your area? Chess Telegram, thank you for following. Very welcome. We're 11 away from our 5 gifted subs. I almost do everything through PayPal. And because I do everything, where are you from, Chess Telegram? It's not like you should be a news-based subscriber, because the Telegram in London has a great chess column. One of the best, I think. The Telegram, for a common everyday newspaper, great column. I have not yet started reading the New York Times column. They have, I believe, a grandmaster doing the New York Times column again. I'm drawing a blank on who it is, though, but it's someone everybody knows. I don't know who it is. Oops. Didn't realize I was typing in that one. New York Times chess column. What? My keyboard is wigging out on me. Oh, Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel Naroditsky is the new New York Times chess columnist. They have a great article on him, which they will force you to pay for and subscribe after a while, if necessary. He will be publishing his first chess puzzle on Monday. So this was written June 12th. So he has been doing a chess column since June 13th or so. Eliana Addison. But I'm no longer doing my 24-hour stream. Eliana Addison had followed and had messaged. I know her from somewhere based on appearances. I can't quite place where I know her from. Go? Do I play the game of Go? Oh, are you talking about the simul? Let's check our YouTube. The YouTube is the prerequisite. And we only have 128 subscribers on YouTube. So we need for those who have a tough time with the English on there, I will put it on there. Subscribe. Oh, if I can get the right English in there. Control C. Save. Save. And we will edit that into our simul description. First, I want to start the simul. What? Oh, it has to be in the future. The start time has to be in the future. So it looks like it's a 9:15 start at the moment. We can start sooner. And I should be monitoring the conversation on the YouTube channel, just in case. Even though it comes up, Sandeep, thank you for chatting in YouTube. How are you? Quasar Hampton from New York. And Random Guy. I like Random Guy. Load 35, thank you for following. I appreciate that. I know that that means that if Load is here, he probably also got the YouTube. Nope, he didn't get the YouTube. Not yet, anyway. Or it could just take a little while for the YouTube to update. I wish. Oh, we're at 17. I may have to extend the time a little bit. 50 minutes. I don't go beyond 60, trust me. I fly through the simul as fast as humanly possible, and I will make mistakes. But of the 18 that are in the simul, we definitely need those YouTube subscribers. And I know many of you are already in there. Lisanne from Malaysia and Leon from Malaysia. I believe we have two sisters, perhaps, playing in the simul. Lara, good to have you. That is Quicksilver, 44. 44 being a very interesting football number. I know you already subscribed. You may have already subscribed before. Therein lies the tale. We're up to 18. Reload. 129. We just need one. Very good. Sandeep, Quasar, and Random Guy. Great to have you. I don't read the YouTube as much. Yes, thank you, Ismail. What was the last thing that I wanted to talk about? Basically, I also wanted to reiterate that ratings are not what they are supposed to be. Oh, we're at 1:30. We can start. There we go. I'm going to accept this one last one, and I'm going to stick with the 50 minutes. Everybody's in. We've got Anxiety, Chess Genius, Chess Telegram, Ismail, Leon 11, Leon 13. I hope they're not just 11 and 13 years old. That's a very dated Twitch username. You can change it every 6 months, apparently. Smyrna, Sudarshana, the Master John, who's going to beat up on me, Kali, Kenneth of the North, Yeatonheimers, Poker Patel. Yeatonheimer's going to beat the crap out of me, I know. Nick Matul, Quicksilver, aka Laura, Rezev, Scala, and Tarush. Let's do it. I'll go to the bathroom after this. The coffee is starting to take its toll. All right, like I said, I'm going to up my E4 game. Got 5 games in earlier. This is 25 games for the, no, 23 games for the day. If you look at my profile page for August 7th and August 8th, it's out of control. I played so much chess. Good luck, everyone. Good luck, everyone. Good luck, Leon. Nothing but the main lines for me because I don't like bad positions. That's the easiest way to go about it. Karo Khan, Poker Patel, good for you. I hope you're an experienced player. Karouche with the French, Leon 11, very good to start off that way. Anxiety, yes. Scala, B6 is not necessarily recommended. So against E6, I'm going to hedge my bets with Knight C3 there. And against Poker Patel, we're going with the main line. I want to see what he's up to here. What is he planning? We're, of course, only going to play the Rue Lopez. This is a Knight C3 day. Ah, Rezev. Maybe he's going to offer me a free pawn like Conta de Luna did. I never realized that the Petrov could lead to the winning of a free pawn. I will play better against it this time. I don't usually put a knight on C3 against this variation. Because the pawn is on E6, should I ever play E5 against B6 and E6? Moment of truth as my knight reaches the 4th rank in earnestness and increases in value. So we're playing the Taimanov. Excellent. Not so excellent for me. Knight C3 is not such a good option. So the winnower, we're going to go with the main line, just because that is the way to get an advantage against the winnower. D6, Rezev. All right. We'll see what's going to happen here. Lian, with the pawn to F6. This is not recommended, by the way. I'm going to blast open the center just because F6 is such a non-developing move. Main line, Rue Lopez, Berlin, no problem. Maybe I'll get the unicorn variation in. The classical Rue Lopez. I usually like to address this with C3. Accelerated Dragon. we're going to go with piece play. Okay, Poker Patel is interested in nothing but equality. I wish I could pre-move an assignment. That would make things go a lot faster. That's another thing that I wish I could get. Someone clip that. For elite chess improvement, the simul giver should be able to pre-move. I'm going with the time-tested bishop g5, which is not the best move. I will learn f3, I promise, eventually. So e takes f6. Fascinating. We're playing a very unusual Skavenigan now. I don't mind at all. I don't really want to commit my my bishop to e3 or anywhere just yet, because I might end up playing g4. Then I want to be able to play knight f5 on e5, and I'm getting kicked back. I want to go to e3 with my bishop. So what can I do against this player with this small center here? I'm going to play the universal move, because I don't mind the main lines in Skavenigan either. Axie is playing the Korchnoi system, probably. Bishop d6. Fascinating. Hopefully this does not win a piece. This is the move I would have pre-moved. Oh no, my e4 pawn. Piece play. Bishop e6. That's not the normal move, is it? Very passive game here so far in the Berlin. It's the classical Berlin, but we're just going to take over the center. So knight takes e4. We're going to take over the center. Knight e7. Now, personally, I am a fan of queen g4, so I'm going with the old main line of queen g4. Defended my e4 pawn by castling. I'm afraid that I'm taking that free pawn on e5, just because that is my prerogative. Bronstein-Larsen variation. Now we're talking. Normally I'd play queen takes d4. I'm going to play an old style game here for the first time in a long time. Nothing fancy going on. I'm going to put the question to the pawn on h7. So, bishop c4. Now we're trapped in Fischer's mind. So bishop e7. Should I? Or did I just hang my e4 pawn? Let's cross our fingers that we didn't just hang our e4 pawn, which I believe did just happen. The bishop e7 is very passive. I'm going to go with the time-honored recipe of blasting the center whenever the opponent does not take over. So Lisan is transposing into the main line variation. I don't think I have a problem with this, and transpose into the open variation, because I know more about the open variation than I do whatever she's trying to. There is a way to punish that, though. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. A6. I think we're going for the standard increasing of space. Maybe I should just play B. I should have played maybe bishop c4 there. But we will keep up the development to avoid any funny business. Yes, as advertised, John knew exactly what I was going to be doing. Queen of d5 stopped me from moving my bishop. This is a very unusual position, to say the least. But okay, he's stopping me from playing 6g3. Well now. Should we simplify first? No. Not sure what bishop d6 is about just yet. We're going to tag our... this must be Eatonheimer's, who's playing the accelerated dragon mainline variation. So the Nidorf chess telegram. I'm going to test you in the mainline. I did hang a pawn, by the way. You could have taken on e4 because I didn't have queen h5, queen d5 check. e6, f4 is must play. If I bother this knight, send him packing. Let us trade queens. There is something wrong with this picture, though. I have to admit. Maybe, just maybe, there's something wrong with that picture. Bishop e7. Very passive, but okay. Playing in the ways of the old Paris system there against that. Blode 35, by the way, where are you from? I love to find out where everyone is from. d6. We will go back into the main line of the modern dragon, and I will play it better this time against Eatonheimer's, even though I could chalk it up to a loss. Is there a way that I can punish this fellow for playing b5 so early? This is my line against AKA Nemsko. She played bishop e7 in the early wing variation as well. Not entirely sure what white is up to there. Kenneth, what's the frequency, sir? I did not get anything on that. I should have probably played bishop to c4 check. We'll see what happens now. The knight did go back. Gonna have to guard ourselves because I will be playing f4 in that variety. All right, moment of truth. So far, so good. So far, so good. YouTube, thank you so much for that, Ismail. Definitely need that promotion. Another streamer that we promoted over the weekend was Eve Singularity. Please give her a follow. Kingslayer Sloan, Ernest Moderator. I also typed that to check to see how she's doing on the follower count or if she's been streaming late. She's up to 52 now. That's good. Did not check her schedule, though. Basically, the motivation for the monetization of we're on the ninth move here. I'm going to go with b3. And bishop to b2, which is really old school. I will take this being up a pawn. G6 is not the move, Poker Patel. The latest and greatest move in this variation is H5, threatening H4, H3. I don't know if he's trying to trap my bishop or if he's not, but we will continue to avoid any funny business. We do want black to clarify things on the queen side. If at all possible. So here we are. We are off and running. Queen to D2. Should we? Or should we not? Open up the center. Now we have a pawn center to protect. We really need the broad pawn center. Kenneth, we don't capture twice with the knight because it's extremely hard to take advantage of the situation on in the center there. Castles. So let's see. Nemo, aka Nemsko, had played bishop to b7 against me. This was in our over-the-board Union Square personal encounter. We need to transpose this to that game. Now, my opponent is trying to castle on the queen side, possibly. I'm just going to bolster our center. I'm not going to walk into e5. King f1 is crying out to me here, believe it or not. A move played by Frank Marshall on a couple of occasions. But I'll take the lead in development. Oh no! Not this! Where are you headed? Alright, I need to put the question to that knight now that it's there. The question has arisen. What is that knight going to do? What does it all mean? Black did castle on that side of the board, so we're off and running as far as our attack on the king side goes. I'm not committing my bishop just yet. Yeah, this is indeed the problem with the knight. Let's see here. We are in the main line of what looks like it should have been, or used to be, a Ruy Lopez. I can't quite fathom where that knight is headed. I'm just going to play a very normal move, just in case. I know I should punish it with bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, but I'm not going to. Rook to b8. Very unusual move. Maybe that's why I didn't want to play that way. a6. Black's position is cramped. I do not want exchanges. Marionette from possibly Turkey. I like the fact that most of you are really thinking here. Still have a few pet lines to go in the Najdorf, mainline Najdorf. Check. I will gain the time. I actually thought that you might do this. Did think that you might do this. This doesn't change the fact that your knight has to vacate the premises. No dark squared bishop. You're going to help me out by putting my king on e2. Fine. Castling queenside is rapid. My e4 pawn is possibly weak, but I will recapture. So knight a5 on the 10th move. This is not the Topolov variation. I still like the move knight takes d4 and b5 better, the Gowan-Jones move. Because the knight moves to nullify that bishop in that manner, this does not seem the same. I give another move here. Okay. Easing the problems. So now, with d5, this is not a real martial attack, is it? They have to play e4. Then knight to g5. And is my queen poorly placed? We will find out. So queen e4 check is possible. Knight to g4 on queen e3. Knight to e4 on almost everything else. Okay. I will take the space advantage, the time advantage, the all-in-one inclusive advantage. Do I wish to try to combat this with... Well, you can't put his bishop on c6. Not just yet. I am just going to take over the center. This is what I've sacked the 2 pawns for. The Cochrane Gambit. I am up in material, so therefore we're playing the main line here. Black is not supposed to castle. This could be a lot of fun. It is possible to castle, though. It's not unsound. Just not what it's cracked up to be. All right. I finally can't take it anymore. I'm going to go after the dark squared bishop. I'm going to avoid the unleashing of the bishop on c6 with any exchanges because I don't want to play c3. I don't want knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and c5 to come in there. Yes. I don't mind this. My e4 pawn is firmly protected. I'm following a Morphy style to a certain extent. Again, the knight's going to have to seek a new home. Before I bring out my knight anyway. So e6. Knight d7. Yeah, we'll pretend like this is all part of the business. Queen a5. Very unusual move. It needs to be sacked. It needs to be sacked. This is the point of the variation anyway. b5, yeehaw. All right. Queen to c7. Fair enough. Stopping me from playing e5. My rook is now in the game. Going to continue the restriction. We do want the H file open. We will pry and pry and pry some more. Well, this is fascinating. The pawn on e4 could become a liability. I think I'm just going to have to take it as a liability. I'm going to grab the space since the c5 pawn is moved. Knight d7, as advertised. All well and good. We're 10 moves in, and we've used 20 minutes on 10 moves. This is not good. Well, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? I don't want his bishop to have much life. Therefore, we'll continue the restrictions. This is going to be a useful move for my bishop to reach the king side. He straightened out everything. It looks as though his white squares are now weak. Should we? I'm going for it. I am indeed going for it. I thought about bracing against f4 before I did that, but so e6. I feel like I have to put a knight in the center on this one just because it's crying out to be played. Grabbing the space as advertised. Now that knight is off sides, e5 looks like a threat. I don't know where the knight is going. The knight has to go back. Or should we just bother him first? Threaten to push the knight back. He gets. It's offering me a good square for my knight. This is craziness. Let's offer him another square for his rook. He did strike at us just the right way. This looks like an endgame advantage, even though I don't like my knight on e5. The isolated pawn on d5 will have to do. I'm after that bishop. He's going to hand it over. That's fine. Let's see here. Still in the main line, except for one small detail. I'm going to continue the attack on the king side regardless. h4. The center is closed. Could be a free piece. Got to see where he's going. think this knight, this rook belongs here. Ismail. Something funny is happening now. Pawn on f5 is hanging. Everything is hanging on the G file, by the way. We're ready to castle. No funny business. Massive center. The bishop just protected. Fine. I try to unite my stuff. Get my stuff in very naturally. Threaten to threaten. It is now official. He attacks my bishop. Sacking a piece, huh? Sacking a piece, as it turns out. Maybe you're sacking a piece. Free pizza, free pawn. He's after me. All right, let's cut him off. Doesn't look good. F5. Wow, what a pawn center. Well, I am forced to take. I am forced to push. Or am I? He's still cramped. This is the position. I don't want him to have the two bishops. Fine. Moment of truth. Start chipping away. Oh no. Does he get that? He does get that. First things first, we have to give him a checkup before we do anything. I'm giving him a pawn. I don't mind. As long as I get the coordination of the pieces down. A6. I really want to play rook h4. Rook a4, rook a5. It's got nothing. A very slow-moving attack. Just going to keep grabbing the space. I haven't decided how to scarf that pawn yet. But I will give him a checkup just to soften the blows on those pawns. We're going into an endgame where I have the two bishops. This looks like a free pizza. I'm going to take it. Multi-fold threat. Not supposed to take. Let's keep it up. Bishop to g4. What are you threatening? What are you threatening? Now, moment of truth. Do we take the 3 pawns? Or do we not? Told me once, but I forgot. So e5, bishop to b7, queen to g3, de, fe, bishop e5, kind of embarrassing. Fair enough. Do we want the free pawn in the center or on the side? I think I want it on the center. Yeah. You've got me here. So I have to tag your rook first, right? d5. Stuff is fallen. Dark squares are weakened. I think I want to keep the queens on the board for just one more move, just because that pawn is a threat. Let's keep attacking. Oh, he answers check with check. How rude is that? He could answer a check with a check. I miscalculated. Yes, that's a waste of time. This has to be done. I want another pawn out of the deal. For what it's worth. Definitely trying to grab some space here. I want this bishop to have some life. I need to figure out what's going on in this particular situation, so we're going to go with the traditional method. Of capture, capture, capture. So wait a minute. What is he threatening here? I don't know. Very annoying that I don't get what I want to get. Still need to offer that. Yes, Ismail. I think you might have me here. But I'm not done with you yet. Whoa, he didn't play bishop takes b4. Bishop takes b4 would have solved almost all of his problems. Therefore, I want to keep up the volume. I want to keep cranking up the volume. We're going to take that undeveloped bishop, threaten his a6 pawn, threaten everything that that lives. Okay. I do lose every game on time, by the way. This much is a given. I do want that knight. Whoa. Whoa. That was a double attack. Better be careful. Almost hung a piece. This is game over, unfortunately made on the next move. My king side is a shambles. I should be playing for more in this position. I should be playing for more. I will be. I need to clarify that situation. Ismail, I'm going to give this one to you. I have to preserve my energy. The bishop d3, fair enough. I'm just going to continue. Even though I had e5 there, perhaps. It does get to take a pawn, but what is it worth? Thank you, Lara. I appreciate it. So sorry. We're going to go after the king in this particular example. I do want to threaten to threaten. Are you really going after my e4 pawn that way? That's craziness. Okay, guess you can have it. The rook took. That's unusual. The rook took. Bishop takes f5. Okay, then. Having a hard time seeing it. F takes g4. Yeehaw. Thank you very much. I want to clarify the knight's position. The knight's going to e5 or c5 to d3. Bishop, knight, rook, pawn. Thought about it. Not good enough. Thoughts do not count. Thoughts and prayers count even less. 17 minutes. So, now we're trapped in Fisher's mind. He's going to keep everything under wraps. What do I want to do here? Rook takes, knight takes. I'm not going to be a pawn, but I am going to have a very good rook. Wow, g6. This fits the bill for me anyway. I wanted to play h5. We're going to continue on our merry way. I have to guard that pawn on e5. Forcing my hand. Did he think that he was still up a pizza? I don't know that he still thought he was up a pizza. All right, we'll go for the simplification. Do we go for the pawn center, or do we not go for the pawn center? We go for the pressure on d3, on d6, as usual. Yes. So he got his knight out. Fair enough. I do want to disturb him just a little bit. He finally takes the rook that was offered. Rook c8. There's a small threat, by the way, just in case anybody wasn't noticing. So now for something completely different. "14 minutes to 2 minutes. I have less than half the time, and they have less than half the time. We'll get our bishop in. Just didn't want any visitations with check. e5. e5. Need a square for my knight. Just in case anybody wasn't paying attention, I need a square for my knight. Is one of those possessions. And now we're going to take the better endgame at the cost of the bishop. Still going for the minority attack. So I want to return the pawn at the cost of some time. We'll find out. Where are you headed, and what does it all mean? I really do need to find out where that knight is going, where that piece is going, and where that piece is going. Let's get a rook to the open file before we clarify. So knight f8, e5. Egats, folks. Normally I would sack a knight on f5 just to get this hole on d5. Moment of truth. Better endgame. Bishop e6. Opponent offers me a draw. I don't entirely know what he's up to, but if he needs to draw that badly, I'll hit. Yes, we have the advantage of the pawn on d5. We're putting our rooks on the right squares. Just going to continue getting our pieces to better squares. Pieces to better squares. Got to lose a piece on d4. Eatonheimer's got me again. This was the point. He has a passed pawn. Knight to d4. He's getting a pawn. Enjoy. That is a bummer. Can't give him c2. Why didn't my opponent do what I thought he was going to do? I don't know. Why didn't my opponent do what I thought he was going to find out? Going to grab that side of the coin. Continuing on my merry way toward his king side. Just like it was part of the plan. Which pawn is going forward here? He didn't take. That's fascinating. Mm-hmm. Definitely have to follow through on my idea. Following through on my idea. What was that idea? Keep everything guarded. Keep everything guarded. That was a touch move, I believe. I'm not entirely positive it was a touch move, but it looked like a touch move. Yes, knight takes f4 was expected. Oh, but I don't want to lose everything. That is a bummer. C'est la vie. Stuff has fallen. Maybe I should have played rook e1 like I thought. All right, Kali, I think you might have me here. We'll find out, though, in just a moment. Hmm. Oops, that was a mistake. This could be a mistake, too. How does he guard this? Let me count the ways. Gonna take my chances. Move back? I thought he was going to attack. It is one of the major drawbacks of this position, that situation. With the support of my e4 pawn. Too bad. Can't guard with a rook. So I have to take. It's unfortunate. Do I? Don't have a choice. Opponent offers me a draw here because he knows I'm going to run out of time, right? Does he know that I'm going to run out of time? I do not know. I don't know that. Hmm. Hmm. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Well, that's fascinating. One small detail on that one. I don't know that it works because my king's on g1. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Attacking. Keep attacking. That was just a feint, by the way. I wasn't really going that direction. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. 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 Keep attacking. Do I want to do that? Or do I want to keep attacking? Or do I want to keep attacking? Yeah, I have to keep attacking. Keep attacking. Mm-hmm. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Attacking. Bummer. Can't quite keep attacking here. That's too bad. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. Oh, I'm losing on time. Smyrna's the unlucky person. Smyrna's the oh, they're lucky. Smyrna at least got to beat me. How did we do? Moment of truth. 7 and 10. So I needed the full 60 minutes against 18. So when it goes above 15 players, I definitely need 60 minutes. Overall, though, was it a success? Usually we get double the number that played in the simul. Any questions? Yeah, I was just going to lose on time. I could have just lost on time. But the problem is that if I lose on time in that game, I lose on time in 3 other games, and I don't have a chance to beat one particular person if I have 10 seconds on my clock. Good games, everybody. Keep attacking. But I think it was a successful, there was successful play overall in my games, even though I lost at least 3 equal, if not winning games or better games. At least 3 on time. For the most part. That was quite crazy. Let's just see how the dojo fared and garnering new members. We're up to 68. I don't know if we have time. It's 10 a.m. I wish we had more time, as Denzel Washington would say. Hold on here. I need that soundbite. I wish we had more time, unless someone's already looked it up. Denzel. No, not that. Denzel. Why is it searching for my computer? I wish, because it found it, I wish on there. We had more time. It's from Manhunt. Manhunt? Is that the name of the movie? Man on Fire. If you've not seen this movie, yeah, you won. Viewers 1, John 0. If you have not seen this movie, he gets this guy to talk, basically. And I just want the clip from the end. Hold on. I'm going to show it from the beginning. Or maybe I'm not going to show it from the beginning. Let's go back to screen 1. It's a little low.
There was no $10 million. There was 2.5 in the box.
The ransom was $10 million. They put it in 2 bags, $5 million in each bag, right?
2 bags, true, but one has half paper, the other only paper.
Maybe your men stole it.
Whoever did it took it before the exchange.
Okay.
At the Ramos house, before the exchange, you put the bags in the car. what? Ramos lawyer, Jordan Kaufman.
Jordan Kalfas?
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for the girl. It was just business. You know, I'm a professional.
That's what everybody keeps saying. I'm just a professional. Everybody keeps saying that to me. I'm just a professional. I'm just a professional. I'm getting sick and tired of hearing that. You understand me?
What are you going to do now?
What am I gonna do? I'm gonna leave. I gotta go.
Go?
Yeah, I got.
Come on.
Hopefully the volume is okay.
What about you? You got 40 seconds.
Come on.
45.
Last wish, please.
Last wish. I wish you had more time.
I'm not going to show you what happens next, just in case we have young viewers. Okay? Just in case there are young viewers, we cannot do that. All right? So meanwhile, one of the greatest movies of all time, I tell you. One of my favorite Denzel Washington movies. This is not for you, Yeatonheimers. This movie is not for you. Anyway, I want to thank everyone. I'm going to roll the credits. I'm going to say how much I appreciate every last one of you subscribing to the YouTube. If you have not yet already subscribed to the YouTube, it is possibly time to do so to help us get there. Blood 35 and Chess Telegram, thank you for following. And to my erstwhile moderators, Kingslayer Sloan, and of course, I also want to mention that Eve Singularity could use another follow, and when she turns affiliate, you will be a founding subscriber. In any event, have a great afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, and cheers.